All right, welcome back, folks. It is another Monday. We are entering week 6. So, largely last week, we were able to conclude pretty much what I expect the whole story thing. The story thing or whatever is repurposed and whatnot ends with milestone 4, right? No, milestone. Technically, milestone 3. I think it skips one. Um, so we find out all the pirate retreat stuff stayed intact, and then they added a little something something at the end with like Garandox, Garandox or Garandex. I forgot the dragon's name, the corrosive one, and then kinda linked it with the Dread Vault, right? But then it was renamed the Dread Sanctum because they did the thing, a time thing, where you kind of did something in the past, and then now when you return to the present, the rumor mills stir that the brain thing, which I forgotten. Oh, Yashigal, the Yashigal, or I'm not great with those types of names, but the outworldly thing brain acquired host or something. So that kind of connects to Dreadwall, which is nice. It's little details, right? Mm. I wasn't expecting anything to connect because I don't think the Hote Now thing did something super obvious. So we saw the conclusion. So now it's more like business as usual, right? Today would unlock milestone 5, I think. So 5 or 6. Pretty sure it's 5. That probably unlocks some sort of either the repeating thing on the campaign. Let's go. Let's get right in and actually take a look. So I like to think probably unlock this. Fill the main story above to unlock this task. No, this might be milestone 8 or even 10. I mean, milestone 6 or even 7. Here, this usually unlocks something. Maybe it's the armor? You do not have enough. No, wait. No, the armor's fine. The rings are unlocked. All the stores are unlocked. I don't know. No idea what's gonna happen here. However, last week, the series, right? You can definitely tell which ones were added because the weekly haul kind of hits a max, and then all the additional stuff added even more currency over. So 2 of my characters have less over, has those still saved up, while my main character I just wanted to see the end. Right. So let's just hop in. Today's a pretty chill day. We're going to do our weeklies and see if we can grab a dungeon run. Right? A few dungeon runs, hopefully. Alright. The campaign area is pretty generous. So honestly, I don't say this very much, but oh no, this gives mount tokens. I guess mount tokens are kind of useful. Nowadays there are 4 slotted mounts that is of lower quality, so you could use them to get the type of insignia bonuses that you want. Perhaps it's still locked behind a weekly haul, of course. Is this any simpler? Doubloons are when you take out rares, right? Or heroic encounters. Okay, so there's still that to do. Other than that, yeah, no idea. We'll find out. I kind of thought maybe it unlocks a store with the weapon set? Hold up. There is a lesser weapon set, right? Yes. Or this might just be the advanced dungeon one. That's probably just the advanced dungeon. Alright, well I guess we'll find out. We still have all the quests available to us because we did not we didn't even have to do weeklies last time. So, and then the activities should complete as well. Oh, and we did the extra too. Okay. Go find off to the hollow. It'd be pretty quick. I like the option design to complete the weekly this module. Pretty generous. Whoa, there's a heck of a lot of chatter. What the heck? I guess new player questions? Hmm. Alright. I'm pretty sure I claimed that one dude, right? In the past? In the battle passy? Yes, I did. Okay. We're doing a run. Right. Campfire run. Yikes. He is very, very weak now. Feels bad being a blade master. Right? Okay. Gotta love that spinning tracking attack, right? Alright. One down. So let's see. We got the 20 for activities. Scarlet Scarlet what? This hollow, right? And okay. And then we have the Skull Fortress. That's 60. The Garandar, that's 80 plus the activities, and that's it. So every other day, it's 5 weeklies, which is insane. Or not really insane, but what plus one more generous, like 20% more generous than usual in terms of activities. Although doing the heroic encounter certainly is a thing because you're probably going to want to do it for the boon points. I'm guessing there are 4 with increasing cost. Maybe not. If it's 10 each, applause for Cryptic. I reckon it's like 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 for the upgrade. So, like the blooms. I think that's the thing you have to actually do heroic encounters to get the currency. If not, well, then be surprised. I'm not sure if you have to interact. I'm not sure if you have to trigger these guys. You might be able to get the lever without triggering aggro. I don't remember where the traps are. Okay. Did we trigger? We aggro the other guys? Get in! Ah. No. No dice. What the heck? Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. Okay. Of course. Okay. Alright. I think that's it. Right. So we carried over the one. Wait, actually there's still one more. Right, over here. Oh no, it's not. Just kidding. So, oh, is it this one? Oh, it's all the way up there. That's kind of... I don't remember what this was. Scoundrel's Retreat. I know I can do a campfire run in it. Oh, and like drawing a blank. We'll find out soon enough. Founders retreat. Oh, this is with the cave. Oh, it's the second mate. The second mate. I don't remember the second in command's name. Starts with an M, maybe? It's in the cave. And we can shortcut this too and do a campfire run. Zambonis, you know. Slow. Zamboni, slow. Jump off here. Okay. Thank you. Come again. Alright. Oh, Kalis. Oh man, I was off. Okay. Now we are complete. I'm pretty sure if I turn those guys in, that would trigger the activities. We're at like 86% or something. If not, I guess we can do a heroic encounter or two to stack up those following week. For next week. How long do we? Less than 20? Less than 20 minutes. That's like super fantastic. All right. So curator, that's 80 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So next week, and then our activities should have completed. There it is. And that's it. That's 100 right there. That's 100 Prez wards. Wow. That's incredibly generous. I didn't notice anything change. Oh wait, are these guys locked behind? No. Nothing sticks out. Let's look around. How about you? Oh. Oh, it might be the... Oh, here it is. My guess is one of these are unlocked. I think the main hand was unlocked because last module they moved it down to this milestone as well. So I'm guessing the offhand was unlocked in the previous milestone 4, and then the main hand is unlocked. Or they both could have been unlocked. I'll check with my other tunes. But that is probably the unlock for this milestone. And that's it. Couldn't be anything else. Really not expecting anything else. I didn't see any yellow question marks. Alright, so actually let's go look at this person and confirm my suspicions. Actually, there is this thing here. Oh no, wait, that might be because this guy haven't completed it. Let's check. No. These were already unlocked. So they moved it earlier. Neat. So I didn't check when these were unlocked, but if they moved it earlier, that's even better. Like they must have moved it before this. That's awesome. At the end of 4? Neat. Very neat. So then I have no idea. And you still get to reclaim. Wow. So these are, dang. That's very generous. All right. So right. So we have the Garandar thing. Okay. That's super generous. Completing this campaign it turns from something of a afterthought, you know, like complete with other tunes, to a, hey, you should complete this tune. You should get to this point every time. Well played. Most of the time when you're doing this, we'll check. But most of the time when you're doing this, it's only claimable once. Like one. Claimable once per account. So it de-incentivizes a game that I would say anyone who sticks around in the game would have multiple tunes. Alright. I only run 3. I mean, could run more, but I'm not that desperate, I suppose. But it certainly makes for great currency to catch up. Having 100 pres boards, really nice. Alright, we run. Unfortunately, we don't have any insane dashing mechanics. You know, one thing that I really find archaic, I suppose, in terms of like the Western fantasy archetype, is the idea that something that's used to tank something, you know, like something that is tank worthy, is big, bulky, and slow. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I get it. I mean, if you're thinking about like a physical tank, right? Like a tank, you get this idea of a very large vehicle with a lot of plating and lots of protection. However, what about it? What if a tank is agile? Like from a mechanical standpoint, from a game mechanical standpoint, would it break the balance of the game or something? Having a tank that's mobile? Having skills that make it mobile? That's certainly not true for non-Western MMOs. This just happens to be the archetype. You know, well-established archetype. The trade-off of being very durable is being slow and immobile. Not suggesting that Neverwinter actually has some of the more generous abilities of mobility. It could have been slower. It does make for a very like so oftentimes I would say the lack of mobility is offset by the ability to mitigate, right? Counter-strike, block, parry, something. Usually a lot of times the parrying would be a great example, or a deflection, right? A deflection mechanic that makes it more involved and engaging. However, in Western, a lot of time Western style MMOs, tank mechanics boil down to passive things. Like, oh, how durable are you? That's as high as it gets, right? Which kind of makes things a little less interesting. Now, Neverwinter does have a blend. The fighter is able to do a form of retaliation and whatnot, and then they have their themes, which makes it a more rounded experience. So I'm not saying that Neverwinter actually has more dynamic tank experience than quite a lot of others. However, it does sometimes fail in comparison to other roles when it comes to like engaging feedback. Right. Nevertheless, that's kind of how that works. A role that's suited to you. You like to believe that players of today have eclectic taste and that you would be able to find a normal distribution of people who are interested in very specific mechanics, right? I guess that would be one of them. The mobility aspect certainly leaves me something. It's more of a personal preference for me. I like games that are mobile, even when considering. Oh no, can I get there? Oh, I can hit the switch without aggroing them. Okay. I quite like new age games where the tank role has more than one dynamics in mitigating damage and staying alive, as opposed to sit there and mandatorily take damage. To me, this game, when it comes to the stamina system, the tank, it's another HP bar most of the time. It's like minimally something, a separate element. When you're blocking, it's still mandatory damage. Like, it's not a very involved process. Largely, of course, I do enjoy retaliating on those guys still found me on the fighter, and then the paladin has something different. So it is an aura based thing. Overall, I think having three separate things make it kind of feel half-baked, sort of. Largely because while pain givers and healers have different flavors of healing per se, I think largely due to the nature of having one tank and one healer, or maybe like scenario less, right? Oftentimes the healer and the tank encounters more utility limitations than a pain giver, right? Because largely there's more than one pain giver in a group. So even then they could do something like, oh, hey, we're looking for control. That's great. Meanwhile, you have that split decision making in tanks like, oh, I'm not a mobile tank. It's like, so be a mobile tank. It's like, well, I can't. It's a part of the class archetype. What else? What more do you want? So it kind of makes it so that you have to bend towards the tank. And that makes, in my opinion, makes that subconscious thing about, oh, the team is doing the tank a favor by playing a certain way, as opposed to the tank is doing what the class does. So there's no pre-selection, which that's okay, I suppose, because if you think about it, what if they said something? What if I can definitely see if the mechanics are designed any more nuanced, there's obviously going to be like LFG, Paladin tank only, that kind of thing, which I suppose that would make it a little bit cumbersome. Why can't I select you? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Imagine. Queue up, it's like Barbarian, Sentinels only. Just a car only. Vanguard only. Although it's already pretty much understood that Sentinel is last pick for the most part. And then Vanguard for pretty much a balance of the two. And Justicar for utility. I still have, if I had a special request in terms of like the mobility comments regarding tanks, is that normalizing all the charges, the at-will charges, normalize all of them. You're not dodging from danger, you're going into danger. So if there's any motion that a tank is expected to do, in my opinion, efficiently, is to charge into danger, right? So the idea, I would most definitely be open to giving up the flavor of like Boundless Slam and the flavor of, what was the other one? I forgot what Fighters one's called. And then make it a Radiant Slam, basically normalized to the Paladin's animation, like the frame animation, frame data and animation. That would go a long way. That would really go a long way for especially the quality of life on heckin' Sentinel's Boundless Slam. I don't know who decided on that, but boy howdy, that is a very unpopular one. Kinda humorous that there was actually something done to Boundless Slam, and the first thought was not to affect. Is this game getting people back or still on the downhill? So it's about the same. Neither. People aren't coming back or it's not going downhill. It's kind of funny how you described it in polar opposites when it's pretty much about the same. So neither. Not your usual steady state. I sense a bit of someone's a little. I won't read into that. Neat. Ooh, cool indeed. That's 2 down. Third one. Yeah. So anyways. Boundless Slam. Reanimate it, I suppose. Replace it with Radiant Slam. Here's our 4. Hopefully we get the activity trigger. Sorry. Oh, do we have to complete the sequence? Huh. Oh no, our activity is at 88%. Guess we can complete. Guess we head back. 91. Okay. Do the heroics. What are the chances that someone is to? The answer is no. 2. Okay. Oh, lighthouse, right? I'm just gonna hit F1 because it got slapped. Yep. How many hats did I need for this? For that repeatable? 15. We can squeeze this one in too. Can I hit this cat? I need someone to hit the catapult. Okay, that guy is hitting the catapult. Alright, should be the last little thing. Neat. Boy, howdy. I'd even mistaken the health on this guy for a dungeon boss or something. Alright. That guy said stop running him around. I'm just gonna leave. Sounds good. Hang on. Gotta check. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit these guys. Who's this guy that's down? We could be done already. 9 if you all stop running around. Dang. Thank you for no res. Ah, yes. Imagine. All right. I think that's sufficient for. Actually, let me guess. Blade. Oh, Dreadnought. It was either a Dreadnought or Blade Master. I was gonna suggest I would make a comment like that. We run around because the guy that keeps complaining about no res gets swamped by the mobs. Okay. Activities. Alright. Alright. Is it another 100? I don't even know where it went. I don't know. Is it fake news? Oh no, it's not fake news. Is it? 100. Yeah, it's a 100 pack, right? But you don't have to unpack it. It's not marked as new. So I think that's a one-time thing. Pretty sure that's a one. Let's go look on our barbarian quickly, because that could be a visual error. Yep, it's a one-time thing. So they didn't replace it. So just kidding. I guess I withdraw my statement. This isn't showing that it's claimed already. These are only once per account. Unless my inventory, unless I missed it in my inventory. So these are inappropriately displayed. Right. Let's see. As far as I know, unopened packs should go to the top of my inventory. Yeah. So that's inappropriately displayed. So it's just once per account. Because I was gonna say that's incredibly generous. But yeah, these things don't update properly. This one especially. So this one is probably one time only as well. And probably this one too. These three are probably one time only. I'm not sure about this one. I'm not sure about these three. So I haven't been keeping track. But some of these are not multiple times. They are one per account. Oh wait, maybe it states on there. I think about it. Hey, is it a GG no read? There's no clarification, and you can't click on it for clarification. So I'm pretty sure it's one. All right, here we are again. Let's Do it again. We can try confirming this time. Okay. Oh, that's why it didn't. You were supposed to go into the portal, right? I remember now. The last step was to go into the portal. Okay. Let's head back to the hollow. Or anyone refuses to take boss hits in BHG while having aggro. Dang, there's some salty. Oh, it's that same dude. There's one salty guy. Not just saying it as a pun on the pirate theme. I don't think that person even read the situation appropriately. It's that whole tank stay still mentality. Tank giver knows everything mentality. Yep, clearly not a team player. Okay. I have the situation where the most oblivious person is the loudest person. It's not considered an attack. Hmm. Okay. Off to the next one. Oh, come on, Regis. Oh. Hi. Nothing like being knocked out of animation. Didn't mean to step into that. Or getting bobbled 2 times in a row because of the guard. The heckin' like at will mechanic on guard. Okay. Scoundrels retreats. And I'm not sure what the activity is on this guy. Probably low. Probably too low, right? 51%? Oh, I guess we can do this while we're here, huh? I could have sworn there was something else. Oh, need to do this too. Yeah, we're gonna do these activities too low. Where was the blood stain? I could have sworn it did go this way. Oh, did it? Oh yeah, actually did. The notes. Okay, go to Scoundrel first. Right. Really? That far? Yeah. Run, run, run. More running. Eh. Oh, I didn't. That middle mouse button. My thumb button isn't registering. That's per usual. Okay. What? Okay. All right. Let's head back and see where our percentage is. I did pick up the notebook. That's about 20 minutes each. Mine is the toxic I'm the main character guy on that heroic encounter. All right. 1, 2, 8. 80. Which guy was it? Oh, was it actually the same guy? Oh yeah, it was. Our activity is at 64%. Holy. That is very low. I guess we're gonna go through this and get the rest. And get the 20 from here. Right. I think might actually be short 5 here. Find out. I don't think I'll ever complete this, but character. Oh, was that 20? That might have been 20. Oh no. Yeah, we're short 5. Let's just go back. Pick up 1. And then we can do dungeons. We can look for dungeons. Ooh. I did just see some LFGs. We finished sufficiently early? No, not that early. It's already 7 p.m. local time. We're getting into the late hours across the pond. What is the quickest one we can retrieve stolen supplies? Probably. Is it already? Actually, probably the quickest is to find an instance with heroic encounters. We can build the heroic encounters. Oh, wait. No. Just kidding. 1 repeatables. Oh, right. It's here. This one's quest marker is kind of in the wrong in a it disappears. Poison, go away, please. Appreciate it. All right. All we needed. Hit back. Slight adjustment. All right, so there is a chance we'll get into a few dungeon runs here. Okay, so let's look at our inventory, right? I have it set where unopened like parcel or packages will show up at the top, right? So pretty sure this is not a double claim. Yeah, I don't see anything. Not even gold or anything. Nothing entered the inventory, right? So it's one-time claim. And then the other times, I guess you get nothing. So it's a one-time claim. Yeah. It doesn't auto-open, right, the second time. So that's a little bit of a deceptive thing. Okay. And confirm. Alright, so we're just gonna switch to our paladin. It's usually more reliable when people are looking for tanks and healers, per usual. Alright, so we'll give PE. Winter Festival is happening right now. We're gonna sit in PE until maybe 8. Look for queues until... That sounds like a long time. Let's see if we can find some queues. Yeah, so about that, like, waft of what is another comment I can make? That waft of sarcasm, right? When someone just comes to you and they ask you, is this game getting people back? Well, the answer is no, sort of. Like, getting people back would insist that people left and only those people come back, or they're still on the downhill, which is also negative. So it's a double barrel question. So the observation in my commentary was that, well, that's an interesting way to look at it. And then the person said, ooh, cool, a lesson, man. Exactly what I came for, lol, right? Like, well, I wasn't going to go read into it, but it's pretty obvious that that's someone that hasn't had a lesson in recent lives, and they tend to only listen to themselves. So trying to mistake in commentary for lessons, the the choice answer would be, oh, right, it's neither, because the question you asked was either yes or no. So if you wanted a lesson, you could get an answer that was less thought out, like, no, the game doesn't get people back, but they also get new people. So those people didn't come back, but they are new players. And then, is the game still on the downhill? Games recede naturally because they're live service games. So is it on the downhill? The answer is no. It's still treading the way it usually treads. So, pardon my um, candidness, which obviously the person couldn't even stand long enough to understand that they don't learn anything. It's not a lesson if you don't learn anything. No one is trying to teach you anything. Boy, howdy, it would be very surprising if that person actually learned anything, judging by that attitude. So, fair enough, to each their own in that case. Like, ooh, cool, a lesson. Like, yeah, ooh, cool, you didn't make it so obvious that regardless of what I said would be not very useful anyways. Let's see here. Do I want to tank? Yeah, sure. Let's tank. Do I want to tank this? We do have a few we do have choices today. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, boom points. Astonishing. Uh-oh. What the? Oh, that's fine. That's about it. Okay. Hmm. Do I need any of this currency? How much is this? 15 of what? 15 of this thing. Okay. Grab the dude. Yeah. I guess we're... Oh, it might be unlocking another boon point. That's probably the milestone. So we take the one. There's probably one underneath. The balloons. Yeah, and it's increasing. It's actually double. It's double the doubloons. Guess that works out. It looks like the other run found their tank. So now there's 1, 2. Yeah, we might just queue up for now. Hey, look, they're missing 2 peeps. We want to look up one thing. No, it's it has volcano in it. Volcanic? That's not it. That's not it. The artifact that. So something here. Maybe we look under Mountain of Flames. Yes. So that's not what it's called. Where the heck did people get that one artifact? It might not be listed. Yeah, it's not listed. Okay, that's fine. Don't want to pose. Hmm. I guess what could I possibly do to This is fine. There's still short one person though. Alright. It looks like just two groups. Let's go and queue into random while we wait. Let's see. Wait. This might be interesting. Oh, nope. No dice. Come on. Come on. Alright, I guess we're gonna do... Pretty sure the RDQ probably... Oh, up? Nope. Yeah. That feels about right. Do I want to do this? Alright. Where are my points at right now? Okay. Alright, I guess we're gonna do this. Oh. Oh. Well, why am I not surprised as Dreg Sanctum? Why am I not surprised? I guess we'll do it this way. Who would have thought? An abandoned Dread Sanctum. Oh, normal. This is normal. I'm not surprised. Short. Not surprised at all. Let's yes. 80-60? I mean 80-60s. Actually, how much am I even getting from this? Oh, I am getting 20. Okay. Dokity dokity. Ready, set, go, peeps. Oh, I know you're dancing. But who's the goober that's still up there? Oof. Best viewers. Oh my goodness. Don't mind if I do. Well, clearly someone's AFK. Might be part of the original group. Let's look at the original group. Yes, it's part of the original group. That person basically just AFK 40 minutes. I guess that guy just left the tune staying there for 40 minutes. Well, for like maybe 20 or 30 minutes, probably. And one of the weaker of the three that left. And then everyone got replaced. So that person that's AFK is the original group. And 4 of the members left. And that person is the underperforming one. So let's find out how these 3 look. Anka. Bit of a mixed bag, I suppose. So the healer is as expected. More experience. Oh hey, person un-AFK'd. Amazing. Let's see. Oh boy, that's not gonna work. Oh, that is not going to work. No one gonna pick the guy up. Yeah, so alright. I'm glad we had this talk. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. That certainly explains a lot. Uh, huh. Well, okay. Why is that guy tossing those things as though they're not on cooldown? Come on. Wow. This is quite unfortunate. Oh, someone's struggling. Yeah. I think that's a rip for the healer. So clearly everyone is not familiar with this. The DPS are fine. The healer, not so much. So, oh, they removed permadeath. Or maybe it never had permadeath? I don't know. So the healer popped back up. I wonder if there's no permadeath in the last boss. This might be okay if there's no permadeath. I am frozen. Very slow. Alright, it'll be fine. The guy that got left behind has like negative health. The boss kind of like looks at the guy and then the guy kills over. There's clearly something going on there. Yep. I guess the boss targets the closest proximity. I was checking something by staying on the outskirts. Yeah. Just checking how they're taking damage. Maybe I'll use a healer companion or something. I was gonna suggest replacing that one player that was busy doing things and just takes the L and it AFKs and go do its own. They go do their own thing while people run the dungeon for them. Seems like that's their plan all along. Okay. I'll give this a shot. I Don't expect that guy to do too much. Let's... Where's, and actually, let's add... Okay. Yeah. Let's use a healer companion. This is gonna go well, right? It's gotta go well. Pablo Escobar, of all the names. I wonder if this person watched, what was that show called? Narcos? Was a very good show. Yeah, it's clearly Blue Moon Rasta. That was the reason why the other team left. Let's see how well our friend avoids tentacles. As far as I know, this boss shouldn't do that much to me. We have like a healer companion, so that might not be too bad. They're prioritizing the tentacles. Definitely not against that. Could drag the dragon all the way out to the outer edge so that the tentacles spawns don't play a role in this. Although putting the dragon right where the tentacles spawn is pretty fine, because I'm pretty sure a few of them are actually using AoE, yeah. Yeah, this is a fine spot. It's an okay spot. Oh, that tentacle behind me is kind of inconvenient. Can't reach me here though. The question is there enough pain giving for the last phase? Pretty sure the last phase is still a permadeath. Last phase is still a DPS check. There's some dicey tentacles. Oh no, tentacle spawns are anywhere. Oh, I thought they were fixed. They're not fixed. Like, fixed as in they're not bugged, but they're not in fixed positions. Okay. Heal me up, Linu. Thank you. Alright. This part's a lot easier on normal. There's no ordering. Ordering matters. But the corner, I still need to spot the corner for everyone. So let's find the corner first. Southwest. Southwest corner. Oh boy. Everyone decided to do their own thing. Southwest corner. I don't know if they agree or not. The last time I did this on normal, someone said that at least 2 people said they disagreed with me. So let's see if I'm mistaken this too. It's happened before. Okay. Back when, you know, I had no idea what was going on too. Alright. So now we get to the last phase of things. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Does the normal version have demos? I don't think demos spawn in the normal version. Yeah. The demos are like the things that you're constantly hyper aware of as the support player, right? So if you're the tank, you could, like as a paladin, you could smite the demo from long distance. As the healer, you would identify which target the demo is facing, and then you would preempt it. That's for Oathkeepers, of course. It wouldn't apply to. It would be too difficult. Not possible with the cleric to preempt it, but as an Oathkeeper, you can do so. Something hit me when it's not supposed to be able to hit me, but alright. Alright, game. Alright, I don't like that. Let's go over here. Okay, please stay away from the tentacles. Oh, we could like... Oh. We could just wrap around the edge to see how far or where the tentacles could spawn. Maybe they could get stuck in a corner or something. Yeah, I dig the prioritizing the tentacles deal. Slow and steady. Thus everyone's healthy. Yeah, I don't see any demos. And Linu is like standing right there next to everybody. That's good. Teamwork. This next part is going to be interesting because you still need the crystal power up to deal damage to the boss. So I'm not entirely sure. The 2 definitely knows. 2 of them definitely know. And that tail swipe. Hurts so good. Someone just took a blast to the face. Come on, guys. How are they taking damage? Now is not the time to be sitting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Please hit the brain. My friends, hit the brain. Friendos? Oh no. Oh, it's not permadeath. Alright, fine. It's not permadeath, but you still need crystals. Oh, there's a crystal. Alright. I'm okay with this. No permadeath. That's fine. Can you tickle it one last time? Or is it bugged? I have a distinct feeling it's bugged. If you get wiped. Yeah, that's a bug. Feels bad, man. Well. Yeah, it's bugged. I'll do it over again. I had feared this. Yeah, the brain will just keep cycling until it blasts everyone over and over again with no animation cues. Disappointing. Disappointing. I don't know when they're gonna give up. So we can reset it. Yeah, there's the blast again. Okay. Let's try again. It's not permadeath. Oh no, it's completely bugged. Yeah, it's completely bugged. You can't even... Yeah, you can't even re-queue. Oh no, no, just kidding. The other two are still trying to unbug it. They have to reset, but they're refusing to reset. Come on, one more guy. Pablo is not giving up. Is there an observation orb here? No, there's no observation orb. Pablo is like, nah, I got this. Come on. Gots to reset. Pablo, please. Is that 5? Okay. Pablo has to reset after the next timer. I guess Pablo is most of the DPS. Interesting. Pablo is doing most of it? Oh, okay. I can kind of see that. Is this the plus 20? No. Alright, here we are. Let's try again. Unlucky. You know, bugs happen. That's That's why you QC these things, right? My guess, someone asked what was the mechanic there. My guess is it was a bug, but it's not necessarily a bug as in like it was there before. Maybe it was originally a DPS checkpoint and they had the permadeath still. However, they changed it recently to not permadeath. And perhaps because of the not permadeath thing, the boss does not reset properly. Possibly. Because it does look like the boss hit 0. Or, for example, the boss doesn't cycle anymore, right? Because when the boss explodes and everyone dies, it's supposed to end. Like, you're just supposed to end. The boss ends. Unless you survive it. But no one survived it for a split moment, so the boss could have disengaged. And then it no longer could re-engage. So then you're just stuck there waiting for the boss to re-timer because it doesn't cycle through generating new crystals to do like maybe 0.001% damage left on the boss. I mean, that could be a possibility. It does look like the boss was dead though. Largely, basically, I would say it's an expected potential interaction where the boss stopped cycling because all the players were down simultaneously due to a mechanic that is most definitely permadeath originally. Advanced run is permadeath, so is the master run. So if the boss explodes, apparently you're supposed to grab the crystal, right? You're supposed to get the crystal buff within 6 seconds of that explosion, I suppose, is a thing, maybe. I'm not quite sure anymore because usually the crystals are used in advance to take down the boss before that explosion. And if that explosion happens, then everyone's dead. So, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone like attempt to use the crystal to survive the blast. It's either you DPS down the boss with the crystals. Actually, maybe it's the pools. I don't know. But whatever it is, basically the boss timed out and it couldn't cycle anymore. Even if you res. Oh, here's the thing. The next time, there's not enough DPS. The priority for the boss is pretty low. Maybe if you res really fast, which I don't have my scrolls on like a hotkey or anything, but maybe if you res really fast, you can stop the boss from disengaging. Or we can just res really slowly and hope that that was a one-time bug. I really doubt it was a one-time bug though. Okay, so it's northwest. Hit all of them. Right. I think I was pointing at northwest. Well, hopefully. This would be kind of awkward. I feel like this is the most awkward situation where you're like, oh, sorry guys, wrong corner. I don't imagine this is permadeath as well. It's just probably a down if missed. I just pull the dragon all the way out to this corner. Like, hey buddy, just come over here, please. Okay. Okay. Fingers crossed. You might be thinking, well, don't they quality control these things? I like to say people quality control these things, but we have to keep in mind that any after launch or preview shard things typically don't deal with the normal version a lot of times. Largely due to the idea that the testers or the people that would speak the loudest, I suppose, and mark something, it would be on the advanced, but largely on the masters version, because it would be chalked up to saying, it's no big deal, you know, it's normal, you just try again if a bug happens, and occasional, that kind of thing, because like the stakes aren't very high, right? Kind of a psychological thing. And interest, of course, interest. Oh, there, Jozo. Due to interest. Normal, this stuff on normal happen far more than I would like to admit. Bugs like this happen quite often. I do not do preview shard things, so it's whenever it's live. There is a chance that this was an after launch patch bug, so hopefully it's not a 100% interaction patch bug. There have been 2 patches the last 2 weeks. But we're like 1 patch each week. And that dealt with something unrelated. Some things unrelated, and then some things related to this. To various versions of Dread Sanctum. And even if the patch itself, like the elements, might potentially be modular, as in it doesn't interact with a boss or something, it can have rippling effects. There's lots of spaghetti code here and there. I wouldn't put it past the possibility of an interaction somewhere. So just wait and wait. So I'll just stick next to the team, like as close as possible to the team, and we'll just use a scroll if I know that they're going to miss the DPS check. I'm pretty sure they're going to miss the DPS check. And I don't think it's explained anywhere. Like, for example, the tentacles are largely optional unless no one says anything. And then basically people will attempt to take out the tentacles first before the boss. The movement of the guys are alright, except for the one player. The one player's movements is a little chonky. It looks like the tentacles did reset. So everything about the boss still here. Weird things could happen between. Alright. Yeah, their movements are not the hottest when it comes to the tentacles. So they're gonna attempt to take out the tentacles first. Okay, so now we have the crystals. I'm gonna take the crystals to whack at the boss. Because I could foreseeably take like a larger chunk out of the boss. I could try to save myself from getting blasterated. Practice the timing. Immunity's gone. No. Alright. Let's go rescue these peeps who don't want to bother scrolling up for something. So there's still one more crystal over there. So let's own this crystal. Come on, guys. Touch it with me. My guy. More than one person can take the crystal. Alright. It was a one-time bug, so that's fine. I guess. I'll take the scroll. You're welcome. Yep. That sounds about right. Ooh. What not use? I'll take the 10k. That makes up for it. Alright, let's try another one. Let's try another one. It was okay. Looking for one tank. Just first boss farm on advance? What does that do? Does that give us currency? I guess I'm not looking for currency. I guess I can try to tank this. Why not? I wonder how much bonus I'll get from this. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll buy the set as a stepping stone. How much does the set cost? Oh, hold up. There are a bunch of people who are asking for a tank, so let me look. I wouldn't mind the movement bonus is why I'm gonna look for this. 12% movement bonus. I'll take it. So let's see how much the set costs. It probably costs the blooms, and I don't want to do heroic encounters right now to farm for it. What do I think about Phasmophobia? I think it's a great multiplayer game that people can play together with friends. Probably with strangers too. They have a pretty, as far as I know, the community from the outside is very positive. I myself have no experience with Phasmophobia. I do have a few acquaintances and closer friends that have tried the game. They quite like it. An alternative to Phasmophobia would be Lethal Company, which is currently trending more consistently. So if you're into something like that, there's also Lethal Company. Is Phasmophobia free? I don't remember if it was free. And I don't think Lethal Company. It's an upfront purchase, but if you have friends or you don't mind interacting with other peeps, they're a great cooperative. I think, wait, actually, I'm not sure if Phasmophobia. Yeah, they're both cooperative game. You played the game, but solo is hard, but Lethal Company isn't on Xbox, and Phasmo isn't free. Oh, okay. So Xbox. Oh, I didn't realize Lethal Company is not crossplay or like all platforms. Okay. Yeah, Phasmo is definitely more of a cooperative in mind. Yeah. So if you're solo playing those, your mileage is going to vary dramatically. Yeah, that's probably my thought from the outside. I haven't played it myself. I don't play with like most of my immediate friends and stuff. They are people who have jobs and family, like immediate family and whatnot. So typically we do not have overlapping schedules to play such games. So having a posse or some one or two people to goof around Phasmophobia and Lethal Company is fantastic. Unless you're a social butterfly, right? communities, Discord communities is probably what I would suggest, much like language learning and all the above. Finding a proper Discord community to play Phasmophobia and Lethal Company might elevate that, but Phasmophobia specifically, I think that one is it's pretty steady player base. However, rarely is it pick up and go like Lethal Company at the moment. And it's very unfortunate. I hate to say this, but oftentimes when you think of cooperative games, right, in the future, if you're looking at cooperative games, crossplay, have to really hope, fingers crossed, that your game that is on Xbox also has crossplay. Most Xbox games do have a PC release. It's strange that Lethal Company hasn't yet, and that it enables crossplay, because for those type of games, specifically those type of games, the PC community is most definitely probably the largest. Not in the sense, okay, not the word largest, but more accessible. Oh, Phasmophobia's crossplay. Well, you should be able to find some people on Discord or something. So the reason why I bring up crossplay is because if you have a desktop or a laptop, right, you can get into contact with Discord communities. I'm not sure how accessible Discord is while you're on the Xbox. However, lots of times these cooperative games, when they have crossplay, you often go to the PC Discords, and then you can get a lot of games going and meet up with friends, maybe like new friends, or find people of interest. So if Phasmo's crossplay, that's probably the way if you want to play the game with its peak experience, which is generally not designed for solo play. Mostly it takes a very specific person to really find solo play in a cooperative dominant game interesting. I myself do not there are so many solo games, or so many like multiplayer cooperative games that that are on PC that has like a thriving community. So generally when I pick up a game, if I do, it's fairly rare because there are so many solo player games. I would pick a game that is probably buzzing and on launch, or play Phasmo if there's a content release or some sort of rolling content release. That's usually the ideal time to try to get into playing the game, right? Phasmo has been around for quite some time now. Lethal is the new hotness because Lethal had a recent update, a relatively recent update, and it was a post Phasmo. Other than that, you know, if the statistics are to suggest anything, Phasmo is not long established enough compared to what everyone else would default to after. Once the wave settles, right, they go back to Fortnite. The vast majority of people go back to Fortnite, Helldivers 2, or something like that nowadays. Helldivers 2 is probably one that is kind of fun, but yeah, I think that might be crossplay. Possibly. It is Sony. Probably not. Oh, yes and no. It's a Sony title, so I'm not sure how crossplay friendly it is. Yeah, those games can be a little tough if you're not connected or willing to engage with the community. I don't know what Phasmo's numbers are like now. Yeah. So it's good to hear that Phasmo is crossplay. Crossplay really does make a difference, not in the sense that most people would consider. I think for me, the reason why crossplay can be very successful is, yeah, people can play with each other. However, the main source of communication, right? the main source of communication for communities is on a desktop, right? Discord is most frequently used from a desktop perspective, or like any other type of group management. You know, social media platforms are more multitasked on a desktop. So having a crossplay means that you have access to using a medium that can get you into a game regardless if you're on a PC or not. I think one of the things that console still, in my opinion, kind of lags behind in a bit is how to integrate social media without making it feel like this is proprietary. As in, right now it does feel like proprietary. So like if you want to socialize across platforms, you have to actually go to those platforms. Like when you're on Xbox, you're using Xbox Live network. If you're going on Sony, you're using the PlayStation network. If you're on Nintendo, you're using the Switch network. So they don't cross. And the largest social platform is PC. So like Discord, Facebook, TikTok, all those things are still more multitask and accessible on PC. So being crossplay means that you can interact with PC people, you know, hang out with them, and then you can hop on your Xbox and play with the PC guys or whichever through social media, right? Social media is key for making friends and getting peeps to want to play. At least that's my thought behind it. So how much does this give me? 12% movement. Oh, you need this type of gold. Nah. The gold coins. Pretty sure this is killing the creature types, right? And you need to kill 100 of them. Or maybe you get 3. So you have to kill, or you have to take out 34 of them. Ugh. Yeah, that's not happening. Let's just go back and then look for one more dungeon run or something. This is Neverwinter Online. It is on all the platforms, but it's not crossplay enabled. So largely then it kind of just defaults to the PC being the arguably the more active one, but there's a lot of history behind why that is the case also. However, largely due to accessibility and communication once again. Yeah. It's something to strongly consider in the future when picking multiplayer games. Is there a game like Phasmo that's on the Xbox that is trending? I don't think so. Maybe Lethal in the future, Lethal Company. I would, if you like to play something like Phasmo, is Lethal coming to Xbox? There has been no announcement. Still not late enough. I think Xbox is usually the second up when a indie game like that becomes fairly successful. Yeah. I think Lethal Company has a lot of staying power for that type of gameplay. Your cousin plays Phasmo with you, but he's on VR. Can't imagine. VR? I don't own a VR headset, or like it's been a really long time since I've slipped on anything VR. That would be a wild experience. VR is doing fairly well now. I think there have been 2 or 3 titles that have been really great. The Batman Arkham game was doing pretty well on VR. Someone fictitious, someone that I know online, showed me one called Maestro, and I thought that was pretty cool. And then of course there's had always been like Beat Saber and whatnot that I've often wanted to play, but I don't have like a location to play. You're thinking about getting one? Ooh, lucky you. Yeah, I don't have a place to VR my, yeah. You gotta save up somehow. I see. I see. Don't forget to prioritize other things first, you know? Right? Make sure you're prioritizing things. How's your PC side? It was one of the things you could vote in. I know, right? Did I get it? Oh wait, the Steam Awards haven't been finished yet, right, Fictitious? I voted for Maestro. I think Maestro is a really clever way to integrate VR, especially hand motions. The conductor thing reminds me of my old days in high school, where I always observed the conductor, like the conductor's like hand motion and whatnot. I think it's a super clever way. The Batman game looked pretty. I watched people play the Batman game, the Arkham VR game. There's another game coming up that seems pretty decent too. I think the action RPG genre is picking up steam on the VR, and there's quite a lot of interest, hardware wise, from like manufacturers after the steady success, I guess, the steady revenue coming from MetaQuest, right? From Facebook's product or Meta's product. Yeah, let me see if I can pick up another dungeon run here. I have a short story that I brought today about video games. So I watched this YouTuber, or this YouTube short of this YouTuber, the YouTube short series of this YouTuber who does archery, right? He does a lot of archery, and he was answering a very popular question. And one of his frequently asked question is, are the bows, like the archery in video games, realistic, right? How realistic it is. And when he was explaining it, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So to do the TLDR of a YouTube short, I know. My understanding is that the speed, the drop off, right? Like the game, when you're playing like a first person shooter or something, or a first person perspective game, oftentimes bow has an incredible drop off, a very noticeable drop off. And that person said, like, more or less, if you're going to hit those targets in that distance proportional to what the game is supposed to depict, there would be no noticeable drop off. Like, it's incredibly negligible in terms of where you aim and where the arrow is going to hit the bolt or the arrow, right? From your crossbow or your bow, especially a crossbow. And you know, you think like, oh yeah, when am I gonna ever use that knowledge? Well, today I just happened to watch a top 10 games that were made more realistic, you know, like made more realistic. And sure enough, coincidentally, the first game was Kingdom Come Deliverance, and they talked about how they made the bows drop off even more realistic by making the drop off even heavier. And my first thought was, yep, that's exactly why he answered the question. Because not only adding even more drop off on such a long bow, like the bow that was being shown, there was no way the drop off could even be seen at that distance. Like, so not only did the person, right, this is video game logic, is what happened when I thought psychologically this would be very relevant to video games in general. So the normalization of drop off in arrows and bolts when in video games were used for mechanical reasons, like feeling mechanical reasons. But adding drop off does not make the arrows and bolts necessarily more realistic. And most of the draw distance and the hit distance, which that archer demonstrated live, right? Rarely does it change the magnitude, like a noticeable magnitude in your aim, right? Like they even said, like they took an example of an Olympic archery. I forgot how long it was. it might have been 200 feet or like something really, really far, like much farther than one would see in their field of view in a first person perspective on a video game. And it would be less than a 4-degree, it might not even a noticeable, like less than 5-degree change in the arc of the person who's actually aiming the bow and arrow. So it put a smile on my face like, yep, the more you know, the more you know. So that they were talking about how mods make games more realistic, right? So you could change the properties of weapons and foliage and stuff, and it's pretty humorous, I would say, and intriguing when you learn about what is realistic and what isn't. And then you look at video game journalism, how many things that are perceived as realistic is actually less realistic. It's what they think is realistic because most of it's derived from video game logic. So, like bullet drop off, perhaps. I don't know enough about ballistics from bullets, but arrows and bolts are usually overcompensated in order to make it feel like the drop off is a thing. It's a game mechanical thing, not necessarily for realism. So when you add bow drop, which a lot like bullet drop or arrow drop, it's always often seen like, oh yeah, you know, in video games things used to be like a straight line, right? That's not realistic. Now things can have dynamic flight, so it's more realistic. It's like, well, bow drop off at that distance is not realistic. It's rarely realistic. And that's interesting. I thought it was really interesting. Kind of like whenever people get this false misconception on how science works, or how detectives solve cases, or how deductive reasoning works. That last one, when people talk about, you know, how people say like, oh, this is how a smart person argues or debates, or this is how complex problems are solved. It's not solved by the way video games are done. Like, rarely is it even close. Actually, 90% of the time, I think it would bore the heck out of gamers if they actually encountered 90% of the time what it's like to solve a complex problem. I think, to me, the 90% of the time is what makes it an incredible like learning experience. The 15% you learn very, very minimal. Like, you don't learn to problem solve. You always get auto-corrected immediately. It's largely what makes video game logic feel, for lack of a better word, targeted towards a younger audience. And not to say that it's bad or good. When you're young, when you're younger, oftentimes making things more clear and concise and solvable and approachable is a way to build on it. And then as one becomes older, you know, and older with more knowledge, more wisdom, things become murkier, obscured, right? Often fairy tales with neatly tied plots lead to complex plots with open-ended lack of closure, right? However, one can truly end up staying, I guess, more closed-minded, still happy. You can still be happy closed-minded, right? However, one can choose to stay that way, or you grow older and start thinking, well, this is very complicated. Do I have time for this? No, I don't. So let's admit that we can't solve it with the time we have, and we'll solve things more important to us. And attempt, I guess the word I would say is to attempt to solve problems. Not when we'll solve problems, is if and when a problem is solved. And usually it's not solved often with the same approach you had in mind. Problem solving involves an ever evolving set. So have I played a game like that before? So hear me out here. I would love to see a game that has a problem that is being solved dynamically so that the end goal is obscured and it has a moving objective target. So what I mean by that is, say there's a game, and there's plenty of games that kind of simulate that in a way. So like, for example, a game where they give you an initial objective. Your objective is to clobber Ganondorf in the face, right? However, through the course of your action, it might end up not clobbering Ganondorf in the face. It ends up turning out like lock Zelda in a cage or something, right? And what happens is that objective constantly moves depending on what you're going to do. There are games that are fairly close to that appeals to a more eclectic audience. Baldur's Gate 3 could be something like that. Like, sure, you kind of have an objective, but that objective is not ever made clear because with every growing decision, your end game, your end objective changes, right? It's a closest way to kind of simulate what it's actually like to solve a problem or the realities of solving a complex problem. Sometimes you solve parts of the problem and the other parts don't get resolved, right? It becomes a sufficiency. Like imagine having a game where the object is you have these 10 overarching themes. Go towards these themes. And then when these themes become clear, you are given maybe 20 or 30 possible objectives in which you can only accomplish a fraction of them. And that's it. And then how do you go and accomplish the others? Play the game again. So that's kind of where roguelikes come in, right? That's why roguelikes scratch my itch, right? They give you an overarching objective, but that overarching objective can change because the boss, the ending and stuff is objectively moving based on your playthrough, right? And then there's a randomizer to some extent. And then how you go achieving that becomes different every single time. So a great testament to who is a more mature problem solver, like mature as in not as good or bad, but more dynamic problem solver, are those who enjoy hoping that there are either procedurally generated elements in a game that produces random problem solving, like jerk reflex, if you will, or knowledge, dynamic knowledge changing while solving pretty much a limited objective, because programming has its limitations, right? One has to foresee all of this. And the developer's ability to do this is by sheer brute force. How all-encompassing can a developer be? And I really love those games, those types of games. It takes quite a lot of foresight to create emergent properties, right? And there are quite a lot of games that allow emergent gameplay over time. Like even people who develop complex systems and sandboxes can lead to emergent gaming. So for me personally, I really enjoy games that have the potential for emergent gaming along with developer foresight. The downside is those games come by once in a blue moon, maybe once every 10 years. So, and the stars have to align for you to be interested in. Like, for example, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but I can definitely tell I can definitely talk about how it's a more dynamic mindset, right? Some people might say, well, but it's turn-based. How could it be more dynamic than shooting and like running on a 3D platform in real time? Like, well, you're not really per se. It's a different type of problem solving, right? That I'm thinking of. Problem solving by iteration and mechanical stuff requires a different type of practice skill that is not involved in higher, quote unquote, higher, but not better or worse, just higher cognitive use for problem solving. So you can, in a great world, you could have both, but that requires some like massive resources. So when it comes to movies, I'm also the same. Like if someone asks me, what is the movie I'm looking forward to right now that's not available, I would say Nosferatu. Nosferatu is a movie made by I guess his name is Edgar Wright or something. And I like Lighthouse a lot. And the reason why Lighthouse was interesting is because it just kept you guessing. Like, what the heck is happening? And you're constantly trying to figure out what the heck is happening. And not necessarily like you're rooting for someone. You might not even know like what are you even rooting for? You're trying to figure out what's going on the whole time, right? It's very different from hopping into Call of Duty and you know what's going on. If you land in the Call of Duty game, you know what's going on. If you land in the Fortnite game, you know what's going on most of the time. When I hop into a game like a puzzle game, it's like I have no idea what the heck is going on. Let's start with the basic principles that we know and work from there. And then it becomes magically transformative because by the time you finish a really well-crafted puzzle game, you look back and you're like, since when were these initial puzzles even difficult? Because you actively have dynamically solved more and more complex puzzles or complex things in a way that you couldn't have imagined, right? And that's kind of one of the differences, in my opinion. I'll throw it back to that guy that made the sarcastic remark about getting a lesson from a question. Well, that person wanted a straight answer because they only wanted answers within their own mindset. That to me is a closed-minded person. They're probably very happy with being sarcastic and having an attitude and then leaving immediately without hearing my response. That's fine. For me, it shows me that it's probably someone I don't want to talk to for a very extended time because they will be most likely talking at me instead of with me. I try to offer addition, whether they like to hear it or not. When you ask me a question, I want to answer it in a way that isn't yes or no, take it or leave it. That feels very shortchanged. Yeah. That's the story I brought today, by the way. Outside of the commentary on the one guy who happened to come by and confirm what it's like to be on the internet with people who prefer to ask a question and get the answers that they expect, right? If you ask a yes or no question, you're expecting to only get a yes or no. Otherwise, that comment would have been a little bit unexpected from someone who's expecting more than a yes or no. So every once in a while, you got to take the gamble. Does the person want to say yes or no? Or you want to give them a more thorough explanation? The last time I did this was yesterday, and that person actually stayed for all 15 minutes and then thanked me and said good night, thank you for the thorough explanation, and left. And that's great. Like, that's awesome that someone would prefer a more reasonable answer, right? And I watch this quite often in streamers and YouTubers and whatnot, the way they answer questions. I think the world is far more fascinating when I ask a question and the person I'm talking to, their eyeballs just light up and they're like, "Ooh, boy, howdy. Hold my beer. Let me talk your ear off for the next 15 minutes." And that to me is someone that can sway me into their interest. If they say it's aight, I mean, I'll sit there, but I personally would have zero investment, right? Because it's very difficult to get a lot from it's aight. That's a inside joke, but someone that I talk to very frequently on a daily basis now, he still does that, but he kind of does it as he does it ironically now because he understands. At least I made it pretty clear that I don't think anyone's really benefiting from understanding anything. Like you, right? For example, it's I like the person who's saying it's I to me sounds like, oh, whatever they did is not interesting, right? It's not interesting enough to share it with me. And then on a friend level, it's like, I don't know, is that good? Is that bad? I don't want to presume. But if you say it's I, it sounds like you're very disinterested in your life. And there was a video that someone linked, linked a video, I think his name is Evan something, and he was making a comment on Duolingo, right? Even that person's comments when they were talking and whatnot was like exuberant. It was like, even though it was a bit biased, it doesn't matter. Like the way he explained it and the way he's talking makes it feel like this person likes what they're doing. They like to do those things. That's electric. However, I think it doesn't only have to be extraordinary people. Like it feels like one thing that YouTube certainly loves to highlight are people who are electric, you know, people who are popular. But the one very common characteristic between the people who are, you know, between all the people who are popular is that they exude this enthusiasm for what they do. And there is a downtrend to these things. The people who watch these things may get reminded unintentionally how unremarkable maybe their lives are. And there was this commercial. Oh, I have one more story. And this commercial, I know I watch ads. I won't get into a 3-hour digression about why I watch ads every once in a while. But I do watch ads, especially on YouTube, because I want to know what type of ads are targeted towards me. So I often joke about masterclasses, as in sometimes masterclasses are dubious, as in like they're motivated by other things, and you might want to select your masterclasses interest very precariously and well thought out, right? So there was a masterclass offered by, I believe, Amy Tan is her name. She is the writer of, oh no, it's a very influential book. Why don't I remember? It's not like Catcher in the Rye or something like that, right? It's something. So, Joy Luck Club. Yes, Joy Luck Club. Thank you, Fictitious. Joy Luck Club. And she has a masterclass. And the way she spoke is so much more elegant than the way I have spoke in the last 5 years. And she was talking about how she said basically what I say all the time about making people more interested in their lives, because their lives are interesting through their creativity and imagination. So Amy Tan says something like her master course is a way to get people to be interested and how to creatively tap into their creativity in making their life seem interesting, not only to others but to yourself. Because she talked about reflecting on her career after writing Joy Luck Club, and then she prefaced by saying like this misconception that fiction is all lies. It's like it's a lie to sell something to express something that's not real. And she argued elegantly in like a very short ad. Like, she often would say, well, writing fiction might actually be the avenue to finding truths in which reality may not necessarily be able to promote. So the idea was to plug the idea that creativity makes one's life interesting, not only to others, but to yourself. And engaging people in understanding how their lives are interesting is both great for creative writing, which she is a creative writer. She's a fiction writer, right? Very influential. And her masterclass is probably on creative writing. But in order to be an excellent creative writer, one takes self-expression and discover truths through writing fiction. And that was amazing. She said the thing, in Avenue, she gave an example based on what she does best. She's a creative writer, and use that as a way to elevate people's ability. Like, your creativity is what enables you to be interesting. And in a way, she indirectly made it so that other people have to believe that they have interesting things to tell or create through her medium, which is creative writing. And for me, I earnestly think that is what's more required nowadays, right? And I've been trying to do that in my own way, you know, video games, right? Hey, what kind of video games you played? Okay, so tell me why you hate this video game, right? Be invested in why you hate video games. If you really love this game, be invested in why you love this game. Like, tease it apart. Like, it's not having a passive effort in hating something and passive effort in liking something or being entirely indifferent. That does not lead to enrichment to one's life. Like, it doesn't cause you to constantly seek more enjoyment, refine the enjoyment, or mitigate the hate, or continue to mitigate the hate, or minimize boredom and indifference, right? I'm saying, oh, okay, I don't have control over this. This thing is just boring. That's fine. Like, all right, shame I wasted my time, right? Something boring can become exciting with creativity. You can turn boring or whatever you had into something useful because it becomes an example later, right? And to me, that's what creative writing ends up being, right? When you write something, if you're describing your daily routine and it's like watching paint dry, what is a creative way to make it seem interesting? And you might be thinking, well, if you don't think it's interesting, how could you make it interesting? Well, that's the challenge, is it not? Right? If you can make what you believe your life is super boring and you make it interesting, then what else can you make it interesting? Like, that's easily one of the goated skills of all time. If you make the mundane interesting to others, and which also includes yourself, there are very few things in life that will cause you to be bored. And every day you wake up suddenly excited to pick up the challenge. Like, man, I think this is gonna be boring. It's like, no, just hold my beer. Subconscious thoughts, right? Or conscious thoughts will make it exciting, right? And I really liked that ad, like Amy Tan's ad. In fact, I was very tempted to see how much her master course costs, because I like to get behind the idea of like what I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be taking the creative writing approach or anything, but it's pretty cool to see a masterclass that indirectly gets people excited about their lives while at the same time promoting what that person does. I really love people who decide to use the skill that they have to show that it can be approachable, and on top of it, promote a quality of life improvement to people. So like my take that I usually watch a lot, shout outs to Vsauce, right? Vsauce has changed the way they do things, like the way he does things and whatnot. He's still a one-man show, I think, for the most part. But now he has like other like investment stuff where he would build these boxes, like curiosity boxes and whatnot. And yes, you can own the curiosity boxes, enjoy it as entertainment, but genuinely it is also coupled with his creativity and some sort of triviality that becomes sentimental. And that is kind of like the hallmark, in my opinion. You watch something, you learn something, maybe, you get interested in something, and there's an avenue of pursuit for inspiration. Amy Tan's masterclass ad did that. She demonstrated what she have done in as quickly as possible, instruct how what she has done can impact others and be accessible to others, and then share a potential avenue to pursue that with her, right? As opposed to yeah, I can get you the results, and then you get the results. It's like, well, what do you do with it? What does the result even mean to you? I like to hope that a lot of people explain that to other people, right? Like, for example, someone goes around and shows, oh yeah, I'm really good at this video game, right? And then kids, see it's like, I want to be that good at video games. And then they become like, maybe they become very good at the video games. Like, now what do I do? What is it that I got from being very good at video games? Some adoration, some affirmation, maybe. Be the same as that same person. So now what do? You identify as that person or something? Like, it's difficult to get something if it's someone else's goals. And it's a great place to start. It can get you through the door and whatnot. But in the end, it becomes less and less rewarding by the time you get there, because that is someone else's objective. It is a starting place. By the time you get to the finish line, I like to hope that that finish line includes more of yourself than the person you're trying to follow, right? And creative writing is certainly an avenue. All right, let's drop into one more one more dungeon. That was my story for today. Dance of the Moon. Dance of the Moon Dance. Or Defense of the Moon Dancer. I have 87 crystals. If I do one more... Nah, what are the chances? What else can we do? I don't want to hear it, folks. If you think your life is if you think your life is uninteresting, fix it. I'm kidding. I'm like, there's this one other YouTuber who like does feng shui, and like they're an interior designer and like furniture kind of person, and he has this like catchphrase that is very, very Asian, I guess, to some extent. And his spiel was he like over exaggerates how people whine about things, and then he gives you like this startling, like stares at the camera and is like, fix it. And then he shows the fix, and then he says, fix it, right? In a way, it's kind of like that. Like, if your life is boring, fix it. And in not in a like a cult way, I believe you can fix it. As in, don't sell yourself short. Your life can be very interesting, especially to others. But it's difficult to make others think your life is interesting or you're worth a dime or time, unless you believe it yourself, right? Now, don't get me wrong. There are people out there who are incredibly enthusiastic that will give you all the time of day, even if you believe your life isn't interesting. I like to think conservatively those are rare people. Like, people don't usually, We're talking about really privileged people who happens to not have to concern themselves with themselves anymore, right? Those people are very rare, and if you find one of them, consider yourself very lucky. I feel like I've gotten very lucky in my life that there are people who have the time of day, even though I didn't ask for it, right? I still really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm a little stubborn and arrogant and resilient to having help when they could be helping others nowadays, right? It wasn't always that. There were times when I needed help and I didn't ask for help, but people were able to help me and I needed that help. So I obviously accepted it with open arms. Nowadays, though, I'm not the one that needs help, right? So I generally tell people I'm very happy and can appreciate why out of the kindness. However, it's not very necessary. I like to direct your kindness towards other people, right? Or people, like get two people connected, right? For example, someone I know really likes helping people and they preferably want someone to help and I'm not one of them. The idea is then, oh, I know a person and I know another person. Let's put them together and see if the one that could help someone and the person that seems to need help but don't want to ask for help. Now that I've experienced both, it's a lot more, I would say, obvious, a little less cryptic to see people who obviously are privileged and can help people and very happy versus people who are very stubborn and arrogant like I was when I was younger, that they could do everything themselves but clearly on the decline, right? So the idea is you kind of nudge those two types of people together by collecting information about them, like, and what I mean by that is not like hack into their PC and steal all their data, but more like if I ask them personality questions and try to extract their behavioralisms, you can kind of sort of match people together, not in the sense of like intimate relationships or anything, but like one person is clearly very enthusiastic about this subject matter and they look like they're incredibly healthy and full of energy, and then there's one person who likes this but needs to sustain all the same interest. You put them together and hope that magic happens, right? There's open generosity at one end and then there's refractory need for that generosity. And oftentimes it's in a skill that I literally am a novice in, right? I can't help, there's no way I can help people with skills that I have absolute no knowledge about. However, attracting people who are willing to help people, and then all those people have different skills, then you can amass a fairly excellent collection of nudging people together. Yeah. One day, there will be a service like that, right? A service for more than corporate greed and financial pocketbooks. But I see the early signs of a lot of different things, right? And they're met with lots of controversy about the business side of things. But it seems like that's kind of a thing now. For language learning, it's like italki, right? Discord is becoming like a standard middleman for connecting interest groups, right? Originally it was video games, right? And now I could see it as more of a makeshift social hub. So that's kind of cool because developers by default now use new age developers and starting developers now start with Discord, right? And that's pretty neat because the last two games that I played had an active Discord. And you didn't even have to participate in Discord, it's there. And now the games that I stick with the longest have active Discords. Well, except for Neverwinter. I disclaimer, I'm not in the Neverwinter Discord. There was a bit of a history regarding that. So, for those who aren't around anymore would know what that history was like. Anyways, yeah, I don't see anything, so we're just gonna hop in to no, we're just gonna hop into a random and then call it a day. We already did Dread Sanctum technically, so let's. Oh, here's a healer view. All right, let's see what we get. You know, what haven't we done in a while? Man, I do this every day, so it doesn't feel like any of these haven't done in a while. I guess Castle Never hasn't been done in a while. Okay, someone eat it. And I do have to make another disclaimer about the Amy Tan thing. I've only read excerpts of the Joy Luck Club, and I think even seen things that were inspired by Joy Luck Club, but I haven't actually read the book myself. Maybe I should go read that. Inspiration comes from the wildest of places. Other than that, you know, YouTube basically feeds me a bunch of Mint Mobile advertisements over and over again with different celebrities and, you know, Ryan Reynolds. So I saw a bunch of Mint Mobile advertisements. What else? What other type of advertisement I saw? Lots of Better Health advertisements. Better Help. Insurance. More insurance. Advertisements. It's often insurance advertisements. They haven't changed very much. Occasionally there's a car thing, but I'm not a automotive person, like a car owner, but I do know quite a bit about cars, like in terms of knowledge, but I don't have a lot of experience with cars. Looks like we got Clock Tower. That's fine. What other ads? It's also a winter sale, so I'm looking for very specific games that I might want to add to my library. You know what's crazy about my game library nowadays? I'm almost double purchasing. I don't mind double purchasing, but since I am a Prime subscriber, right? I have been an Amazon Prime subscriber for like over a decade now. You get Prime games, right? Because on Twitch, so you get a lot of games, and those are a combination of GOG, right? CDPRs, DRM free clients, game store, if you want, and then there's Epic Store, right? So around this time, I don't know if anyone's aware of this, hopefully all the youngins and whatnot who really like video games maybe are aware of this, but Epic Store gives away free games all the time. And during Christmas, they give free games away every day, starting like 2 days ago. So oftentimes I occasionally look at the game counts because I still collect things even if it's not going to be played or anything, just because I'm a hoarder of digital goods. Thankfully, it's not physical goods. So I am a license hoarder. Wherever there's free stuff, I'll somehow hoard it and progressively do that. It's kind of like live service game. You log in, you collect it, you log out, right? So my Epic Store account has ballooned up to like 160 games, and actually 30 of them are games that I had considered purchasing on Steam, and they're very expensive actually. Like 2 days ago, this deck builder, it has a weird name, Astea or something. Straya or Astia, and it's going for like 19 bucks with the winter sale discount on Steam. And it was the free game for yesterday. And then meanwhile, because of Amazon Prime and whatnot, you get Epic Store games and GOG, but not Steam, because Steam does not have like partnership, I guess, with Prime or something like that. You know, big corporations and whatnot. On my GOG account, I have like 180 games, and like 40 of them are games that I don't have on the Steam platform. So here I am at this like really weird crossroads where I'm like, nah, I'll still double purchase the game. Games that I really want to play on Steam, largely due to the nature that I know I got them for free, but if I really want to play those games, it's twofold. I like them to be on my Steam account because of the whole like social media and then building profile and whatnot, but it still means I purchased the game. So for whatever nickel and dime I can offer for games that I really want to play, I still double purchase them. It's the way, it's the nature of the things, right? But I keep thinking about these things like, man, you know what would be even more interesting? I know this might be a kind of like a plug or something. Instead, for me, instead of finding the game for free, right, through Epic Store or something, if the developers could have spammed an email to me and said, here's a free title, we're giving this out for free anyways on Epic Store on this date, but hey, here's how. And then you know what would happen? You can call it deceptive or not, or emotional sentiments or something like that, but for me, I would do a whole series on the game. That's it, because I would have played the game anyways. Heck, I would have bought your game anyways. And Asio was one of them. Actually, this game looks really fantastic. I love the UI design and the art direction. And I imagine the deck building mechanics are going to be 70% familiar, 30% interesting, right? Like, or novel, and that's a great balance. The whole psychological thing. But generally speaking, now I'm at a crossroads. Do I buy the game for $18 on Steam, or I play it on Epic Store? Which in this case, money is not the like. I don't have like a money tree in my backyard, and I'm not like growing money on trees. So in this case, I think I can see Epic Store pulling me in this time around. You got me, Epic Store. Yeah. So in case anyone doesn't know, Epic Store gives away free games every single day until the New Year's or something, for their like version of boosting winter sales and whatnot. And if you're into indie games like me, be surprised how many indie games end up being on the Epic Store. There's so many games that I haven't actually played, largely due to like interest, like meandering interest. But there's no shortage of games. And you might be thinking, well then, why do you keep buying games at winter sale? Like, because I genuinely enjoy putting money towards indie titles that are there. Like, it's almost like feeling like, obviously you don't own DRMs. The license you buy, perhaps not worth a dime that they're printed on, or not printed on, or virtually printed on. However, just the idea of saying, oh yeah, I purchased this game is enough for me. Low bar, I understand. For all those people who are into physical media and stuff, they're probably groaning in their bedside saying, but dude, you don't have physical media. And it's like, yes, but I also don't have crippling depression and chronic hoarding syndrome and problems because of it. So it's a deeper rabbit hole than I would like to admit. So before before I end up like buying a house and then filling the house up with physical media because I have a not the greatest compulsion controls with physical media, digital licenses. Digital licenses. GOG gives you, digital licenses, so like as close to physical ownership as possible, so there's always that option, right? Pretty interesting. I'm reflecting. It's the end of the year. I'm if it's hard to believe, I'm even more yappier to myself at the end of the year than I am during the year. So here's me reflecting on another year, right? Twitch recap tells you things. Duolingo recap tells you things. Steam recap tells you things. I did not play a lot of games this year. My Steam recap. So my Steam recap this year, I think I played 10 games. 3 of which are live like regular upkeep. And then what was it? 340 achievements. To compare it to last year. Last year I played 38 games and picked up like 700 plus, like 700 to 1,000 achievements. And then the game time and the myriad of things was a lot. Obviously, the reason why is because I started language learning, right? I started learning Japanese and Chinese, and for the most part. Two noteworthy, big highlight game of this year was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, right? Like a Dragon 8. And tomorrow, next year's will be the same. It's the Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. At the same month, even. If they're gonna make this an annual thing, it's gonna be my annual thing. Like, I'm even gonna make a deal about it. It's like, hey, you know what's the annual event? It's February again. It's time to play another Like a Dragon game. I've been looking for something like this for a long time now in my life. It used to be Final Fantasy games, so Final Fantasy games you had to wait. Like wait and wait. So in my opinion, call it luck or something. Maybe this is a weird humble flex, but it's kinda nice finally finding a game that is semi-annual, if not annual. I don't know yet. It's kind of looking that way, that I enjoy. So when I need to empathize with someone who says, oh yeah, I'm just gonna buy the next Call of Duty next year, and then the year after that, pay full price, free launch, master edition, master the ultimate super uber extra early access collector's edition or something. That's me now. But not specifically for Call of Duty, but it's kind of lovely to think there's something in gaming that I look forward to each year. So that's kind of nice. I think that's a great feeling. I feel one of those games in someone's lives is kind of neat, right? It's kind of like a tradition. It provides consistency. Kind of neat. I can appreciate all the peepos out there who buys the Call of Duty game, regardless of, you're already bought in, right? It's the ecosystem. I can't believe I'm saying ecosystem for a video game, but it's kind of like that. It all probably like. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest reflections recently. Like a Dragon, it's a stay. It's a whole stay. Another one is this idea that I'm probably gonna buy Wanikani, the lifetime license, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna weave that into all the stuff that I have ongoing. I was thinking about how I'm basically planning out the first 4 months of the new year. Sometimes having a plan structures the initial barrier, right? Like echoing most people, the start is easily becoming one of the most consistently difficult things to do in this sort of lifestyle. The internet lifestyle, in my opinion, has accentuated the barrier to start things. Back in the day, I think the barrier to start things were still very difficult. Like, you know, it's an age-old human condition. Starting things anew is very, very difficult, right? Especially the older you get, the more established you become with your habits. It becomes very difficult to start new things. However, I think the internet has grossly and significantly increased that barrier. Like, it is nearly designed to keep you doing the same thing, right? So the longer you spend online, this isn't a bad thing as long as you have discipline and self-awareness and all that stuff, and then healthy relationships with friends, family, right? It's not a doom and gloom thing where you can't moderate things or whatnot. However, we have to keep in mind the internet is designed currently, not all of the internet, but the ones that accumulate most of your time. The longer you spend on the internet, the more it's inclined to keep you doing the same thing you're comfortable with, right? So when you ask yourself, how long do you spend normalizing your behavior, and you're saying, I spend 8 hours out of my 12 hours, which is me. I'm talking about myself here, not other people. So hopefully no one, if you take this personally, let's just say we resonate, right? My time, my days, let's see. I am up 16 hours a day. I try to get 8 hours of sleep, right? So 16 hours a day. And nearly 12 to 13 of those hours are spent online. So consuming things, doing things. So knowing that I have intentionally distributed my time on how I expose myself to specific habits. So how often do I actually look at content in which it's for comfort versus content that is random? Like, I literally shared my story and my digression about learning about Amy Tan and stuff, largely due to the nature that I was watching an ad that I told myself, like, oh yeah, okay, an ad showing up. Should I watch this or should I circumvent it, right? And I legitimately just said, you know what? I'm going to sit here and watch a couple ads because it's something I haven't done in a while, right? So, that might seem, quote unquote, to a lot of people like a waste of time. Oh, watching ads you don't want to watch. It's like, well, if you're, in my opinion, 99% of the time saying, which I've heard a lot from a lot of people, different sources, if you feel like you're being dragged to places, being invited to do things you don't want to do, or invited to do things you're disinterested because it's not the things you want to do, then I'm largely speaking about normalization of that behavior. So if you go around life thinking that all the things you do is the things you want to do, then the internet is overexposing that. It is enriching for that mindset. It's not a good or bad thing. If you are very privileged, you can always do whatever you want. If you want to live alone and you're perfectly fine being alone in your fortress of solitude and stuff like that, then it'll work out. It'll work really, really well, right? If you're damaged, like if you feel like you're damaged or you feel like you're bored, you feel like you lack inspiration, you feel like you yourself do not have the inspiration, that stuff can really make that worse, right? It is going to make you less likely to want to find goodness or interest in being invited to something because you didn't plan it. So the solution could be there if you're willing to look for it. But if you're going, like, if you get invited and the first thing you say is, well, I could be playing Fortnite right now, then the odds of finding it is dramatically lower. It's still not 0 though. So mark my words, if you still end up going to that thing that you don't normally go to, the chances are not 0. So kudos to all the kiddos out there and adults and maybe very, very older kids who still continue to say, oh, I have reservations, this looks boring, this looks disinteresting, but I'm still going to go. That is fantastic. That's probably one of the hardest jumps. And since you're already going, could you possibly make it to see if there's a redeeming quality in it, right? So it becomes more now an obligation that you're going to enjoy it or to attempt to enjoy it. And that's kind of what the internet doesn't do anymore. Like, I don't even think the internet has ever done that. Algorithm-based search, like comfort entertainment, hasn't ever reassert the idea of how to get someone to be interested in something that they aren't normally interested in, or finding a time in which they didn't plan to do that thing, right? So if you're constantly in the back of your head, in my opinion, for those who can relate to this, it's irrelevant and moot to those who can't. The ones that relate, when someone derails your plans for the day, and your first thought is, well, this is going to likely be a waste of time because I didn't plan this, nor am I interested in this, then I would highly encourage taking some time to reflect on the idea that perhaps there might be too much exposure to a normalization of always doing things the same way or always doing things that you can only foresee, which that comes with an overexposure to algorithm-based content, right? Algorithm-based content, like how a YouTuber, like a YouTube developer says in their advertisements, their explanation, the algorithm is not some super complex multi and novel correlative dynamic adjusting SRS system. It uses converging evidence to tell you what may interest you based on what you are already interested in. So largely, it doesn't go too far away from constantly reinforcing what you want to see. So for better or for worse, even one's reality, facts, behavior can be affected selectively and enhanced and exacerbated, enriched by an algorithm. And in my opinion, I'm kind of happy to hear that there's some sort of moderation for kiddos, for like younger people who may not have life experience and the discipline to know what moderation looks like. However, I would argue it's just as likely to exacerbate adults who are trapped in a vicious cycle, right? If you're chronically bored and it's coupled with chronic depression, then the algorithm will only feed that. It's not like the algorithm is going to be able to tell, oh, you're depressed and you're chronically bored. I should try to give you different things because whatever you're doing now is consistently making you more bored and therefore more depressed. An algorithm is agnostic. It can't actually tell if you're chronically depressed or bored. It doesn't have your health in mind. It's not like a feeling thing. So when a friend sees that, it's like, dude, man, when was the last time you went out to eat with friends or something? Like, I'm your friend. Let's go out to eat. Let's break this cycle a little bit. Like, yeah, I know. You don't want to go out. It's comfortable at home. Like, you want to keep doing, you have all those plans, but hear me out here. We're friends. You can at least go out to have a meal or friend, right? And then, you know, it's up to the friend and hopefully that person to realize, hey, this isn't so bad. And it might end up being a great experience. And then you ask them again. Like in a week or two, you ask them again. It's like, hey, you want to go out? You remember last time. It was pretty good. Like, what have you been up to? And it happens again. And one day, that person, you're not going to be asking that person to go out. That person is going to go ask you. They're going to ask you to go out or ask other people to go out. And they break the cycle, right? They break that loop. To me, when you're suffering, like when you're having problems coming up with new ideas so that your life can improve, when you're self-improving yourself, the last thing an algorithm is going to do if you're not improving yourself is to keep you not improving. Like if you're not learning anything, if you're getting more and more depressed, an algorithm is going to make you likely more and more depressed, keep you stuck in your ways, in my opinion. It accentuates all the things you currently are doing and want to do. That means there is no outside pressure to do anything different. So if whatever you're doing now is not working and the algorithm is going to reinforce that, what is the likely outcome? It's either going to stay the same, which a lot of people do manage that. They cope, right? That's coping. They stay the same. So there's no avenue for improvement. At least stay the same, but it can only, that's the best case scenario most of the time. It's either going to stay the same or it's going to decline, right? And oftentimes when it comes to depression, boredom, lack of creativity, it actually ends up declining because the content that you're consuming reduces the creativity, the capacity to create things, because you'll normalize it. It's like, oh yeah, this is the 16th Sigma face YouTube short that you saw. Oh well, this is the 300th version of the 50th creator that did this. It's like, are you satisfied now? No, you just keep amping it up. So you break the cycle, right? You either am a disciplined adult and you break the cycle yourself and notice that you have a problem. It used to be 3 hours of one type of content and now it's 16 hours of one type of content. That is not sustainable. You don't have 16 hours to absorb one type of content. You need to distribute and divide that among eating, sleeping, and whatnot. So an adult is expected to have some of that discipline, largely due to obligatory forces like family, a job, that type of thing. A kid has absolutely none of those obligations outside of possibly school. And sure enough, in my opinion, just a slight deep cut, one of the biggest forces that I would argue for a different reason entirely, for this reason, that makes school so unremarkably attractive and so disengaging and unfavorable nowadays is not only that schools are falling behind and they're not keeping up with the times, but it's also antagonistic. The way how kids engage with content is antagonistic to standardization designs. Standardization means most of this stuff is sufficient, but not perfect. Algorithm is perfect. It continues to hone in on the thing that becomes more and more refined and perfect for you. The more you use an algorithm, the more and more likely it becomes more and more consistent in narrowing down the thing that gets your dopamine peak over and over again. So the moment school comes up and it's a standardized thing for everyone, you look at it as like, well, this is subpar, right? So not only I agree with all the above, like the criticisms, the concerns about school falling behind, formal schooling, that type of thing. It's an obligation. Jobs are falling behind in terms of its dynamics and whatnot because it doesn't move as fast as the algorithm, right? Those things are competing for your attention nowadays as a kid. We're talking about kids here. However, those things are meant to break up that idealism, right? Now you have people who, I'm going to go back now to the first statement that this person made. This person entered a Twitch stream of a streamer playing Neverwinter. And the first comment they phrase in questions are double barrel questions that are formed in the form of negative connotations. And then when someone who's already playing Neverwinter suggests, oh, there are other possibilities to your answer, that person remarked by, I mean, I wasn't giving a lesson, but it might as well be a lesson, by brushing it off with sarcasm and reinforcing the idea that when you come to a Twitch stream, you are expecting that you are the main character and the algorithm or whatever the search system or something is supposed to give you an answer of your desire, right? And if not, you can easily just circumvent it and just say, oh yeah, I'm going to say something offensive or toxic or sarcastic and I'm going to leave. And I'm none the wiser. I didn't grow from it. I don't have to support any effort because it's trivial. It's not a big deal, right? For every one of me, there's millions of options. That's fine. You normalize that and everyone's going to be trivial in your life. So that's my thought in it. If you, it's almost now more encouraging to encourage people to see trivial things and treat them seriously because pretty much most things aren't even serious enough for them anymore. Like getting a job, that's not serious anymore, right? Because what is a job to a person nowadays? Make content they want. That's a job. Like, well, yes, you can make content that you want, but you have no control over how successful that content's going to be, right? I recently talked about creativity, how you express yourself, and if you're exuberant and passionate about that expression, you can attract people to you, right? That isn't the same as doing what you want. That's based on what everybody else is behaving or want to do. That is very different. So, like, for example, the Amy Tan story. It's your creativity that's built from your awareness and your integration that creates something that's electric and identifyingly you. That's different from a kid raised on an algorithm saying, this is cool, now I want to do it, and then it is now mine. This is my idea, by doing the same thing that the algorithm has supplied you, and then doing that for a very long time and expecting that people will notice you when you're not identifiable based on how you accrued your skills, right? Like, for example, a kid, you know, growing up saying, oh yeah, I want to be like this X person, so I'm going to spend the next 5 years doing that. And then they're like, I don't get it. They're so popular. Why am I not popular? It's like, well, they are popular first. So the whole idea of creativity and being exuberant, passionate, that also means that the creativity comes from you, right? You take something and you add your creativity to it. You are the interesting thing. Amy Tan, in my opinion, based on her ad, insists that the creativity, the thing that sparkles and is very interesting in writing fiction, is coming from the person. Now, yes, you can take inspiration, but the thing that is exuberant is ownership of the thing you have. That is not the creativity that I personally see most of the time now. Like when someone tells me, oh, do you know what my advice is? Check out this YouTube video. I learned most of my stuff from this YouTuber. Like, oh, okay, but can you explain to me what you did? It's like, oh, I did exactly what this YouTuber did. It's like, can you explain to me what you did? My interest is not the YouTuber that I don't talk to. It's not the YouTuber that I can't see or have a parasocial relationship. At most, I can tell you, oh, I've seen this video. Now, what do you think about it? Did it work? Did it not work? Did you change anything about it? Do you trust it completely? If you trust it completely, tell me why you trust it completely, right? Those are the interesting things. How you think, how you act, right? Anyways, I miss those days. In fact, back in my day, right, when I was get off my lawn, kids, not get off my lawn. When I was younger, if I step into a classroom and I talk to people, it is palpable how different people think, not how similar everyone thinks. Like, everyone's there to get an A. Like, you step into a class like, oh, everyone wants to get good grades. We all know what we need to study. But when you ask them, hey, can I see your notes? Can I see what you're doing? What are you thinking? It would be a long coffee talk. Like, you could go grab a coffee and you would start conversing about how everyone actively are sharing ideas because they want to know how everyone expectedly different from each other. It's not you step into a classroom and say, oh, hey, look, everyone's using flashcards. Okay, I guess I'm going to use flashcards. And then you ask someone like, oh, what are you doing? Say, I'm using flashcards. Like, oh, I'm also using flashcards. Well, I guess that's it. I guess we're all just gonna use flashcards because that's what works, right? It's a very different setting now, and I guess that's a very vivid image, but it's actually even more specific than that. I was being very light. I was being very general. It's actually more specific. Like, some people would be like, oh, you're playing that game. Well, the 300,000 of us are playing this game. There are only 10,000 people playing that game. You should be playing the 300,000 games. Oh, and before you decide to start and join us, make sure you play it the right way. So follow the 290,000 people who are playing this game very specifically and ignore the 10,000 people who are playing it weird. Because the 10,000 people don't know how to have fun. The 290,000 people who are playing it in a certain way is playing it the right way to have fun. So when you're playing Elden Ring, make sure not to use summons like the vast minority of people, right? And make sure to do no summon runs like the rest of the majority of people, because that's the way to have fun. Real example. That's a real example. That's not a fake example. Although I might have smudged the numbers a little bit. It's not that quite big of a desperate measure. And generally speaking, that's kind of how it turns out, right? It's like, oh, you use magic? Well, that's no way to enjoy a FromSoft game. It's like, what do you mean? The developers designed that system. Or here's a personal favorite when it comes to video games, right? Oh, okay, we'll make it like Neverwinter. It's like, oh, you're doing advanced version. When are you gonna do masters? That's how you play the game. That's like the best way to play games. Like, oh, okay. Can you grab 4 friends and join me and play Masters? Like, no. Sorry. Like, you have to find your own way. Like, because you have to be good enough for Masters. Like, oh, okay. Is it okay if I don't? Because it kind of seems like it would make me unhappy to try to play Masters. Like, nah. It's all good. You just have to have friends like me who chills. Like, okay, well, what if I don't? Like, would you care to help me? No. It's not worth it. Like, okay, well, thanks for the advice, I guess. Real example. That's a real example. Now, what I said wasn't even that. Like, the conversation didn't even involve those words. You can read those words in the person's behavior, right? You only have text, or at least I only have text, so you have to read the subtextual things. When someone says, "Oh, you can find people to do masters," that is saying this person has done masters, but they don't want to be part or help you or like show you how fun masters is. Right? There's a very obvious thing. Like, you know, when you ask someone, "Hey, do you know how to beat this boss?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I know how to beat this boss." So, can you help me beat the boss? When someone says they know how to do something, oftentimes nowadays it means they don't actually want to do the thing with you. They want to let you know that they know how to do things. Demonstrating things is a whole different story. You have to be, your interest has to be conveniently aligned for their convenience. So, obviously, not everyone does that, for sure. But the ones that I'm talking about highlights, in my opinion, the more usual experience, right? We're gonna do an RTQ and then call it a day. Yeah. I was hoping for a Dreg Sanctum of some sort. Or maybe an Imperial Citadel, but I didn't see any. Oh, I was yapping about. You make it work though. Right? You make it work. I think we'll wrap it up today. Let's queue. Let's see if we can queue into this. Oh, yes we can. Oh, tank. Oh, okay. Looking for 2 more. Okay. Yeah. Very much. There are definitely appropriate people for appropriate people. The stuff that I focus on are probably to give an idea of what I think about, I suppose, in conversation, and what maybe potentially what my friends are like. I like to be pretty transparent. Or I know it sounds very verbose, like I talk about a lot of things. The idea is, I think it can be gleaned from that. So what my friends are like. And what I'm like, right? Yes, I know. It's a bit blasphemous to have to spend so much effort to get to know what a person's like. Even when they offer you their information, it can be a little bit cryptic and difficult. I think for me, it's incredibly healthy to normalize that aspect, that even in a parasocial relationship, it is very difficult to know what a person is like when first they probably curate what they want to share, and second, if it was someone very close, it takes a long time. It takes a lot of nuance, a lot of time, trial and error. making everything seem so rapid and quick and trivial, time wasting, selfish, to me could potentially just could potentially make things harder. And I can think of two very appropriate approaches to softening that. Light a fire under someone and they like surmount, you know, just brute force through that wall to making friends and family member, you know, friends and interact with people, or alternatively learning to identify opportunities when they present themselves, right? So one of the things that I have been exploring lately on my free time is making a list and like a routine and whatnot, and certain messages, and observing particular behaviors and cues on how to identify characteristics. And what I mean by identify characteristics is, say someone talks about themselves. I somehow managed to get someone to talk a little bit about themselves. You might be thinking, why don't you just ask them? It's like, I do all the time. It's very difficult to get people to talk about themselves. Either they're the top 3 situations that often happen is either they're incredibly disinterested in their own life, they're very distrusting because I am a stranger online, which is very appropriate. So that is a very obvious obstacle, right? Like, oh, well, this is a stranger. It's not like a stranger ever cares about another stranger they meet online. Millions of people meet millions of people all the time, which shockingly, I don't think that's true anymore online. In fact, I actually argue the opposite. People meet like one person, if not less, than people who go to a public place in IRL nowadays, because they always get to choose exactly who they talk to and who they actually acknowledge exist. Like, instead of looking at a chat room full of people, or thinking a chat room is full of people, or a platform is full of people, they think of only the people that exist. So in the minds of the average, in my opinion, internet goer, the internet is a very small place. It's a place where you might be able to talk to one person a day. There's only one person that loves this. There's only one person that liked this, even though technically there's millions, if not tens of millions of people doing something online, right? It's the optics, right? The optics of the internet makes it feel very, very small while also being very, very big. So hear me out here. Normalizing this may potentially make it seem like, yeah, you know, it's not so hard, right? Hard and easy, the perception of difficulty, as I said, with, like, at least in my opinion, what I believe in language learning, much like language learning, is a practice skill. If learning is very difficult or unengaging and boring, perhaps it's due to under practice, right? Or communicating and making friends, for example, still a practice skill. Normalizing how much effort it takes to understand someone, that is something to truly be considered, right? How easy is making friends these days, or what is the perception of making friends these days? Among the top 3, you go into a pre-selected location and you assume immediately that either everyone agrees with you, and if they don't, you leave, right? What does that look like? A matchmaking lobby, a Twitch chat, a video comment section on a very specific YouTube content. right? And if they don't agree, the obvious first choice is to make a fuss about it, and then you create storm. You light the fire, right? And then either you find confirmation or you're ostracized, and then you leave and you just pretend like that community doesn't exist anymore, right? It doesn't become a learning lesson, nor does it exist in reality anymore. I earnestly think what I'm saying is an understatement. I'm being conservative because I actually think a good majority don't actually behave this way. They behave in a more extreme way, right? Right click ignore, it exists. Right click ban, right click kick, right click do not recommend, spam dislike. There are plenty of other ways, in my opinion, faster and more expedited ways to express your disapproval. Being misled or being the victim of occupying a world with lots of people who have differing opinions, different cultures, different countries, different languages. It's not the social norm anymore. When you get online, you hope that it's your internet. You hope your internet experience is the internet you hope. So when you talk to people, right, the expectations are, if it doesn't meet your expectations, you make a snide remark as though you're entitled to something, and that's about it. I would say that pretty much sums up a good majority of internet interactions if you were made to be a public person, right? The vast majority is that it's not your internet, or it's always your internet, like the person's internet, not a common place, a place shared by people. Right? That's kind of a morbid place to end today. What's a exciting place to end today? I am hopeful. I am cautiously optimistic that when a particular behavior becomes so selectively enriched, humans have this incredible, remarkable ability to innovate. Maybe reform is the word, but I'm going to use innovate. Or, okay, reform and innovate against this. And one of the social trends is the almost overshoot in objectivity and overshooting of personalized experiences. Personalized experiences are fantastic when one is disciplined enough to take in new information. If one is unable to do that initially, then personalized information keeps them within their bubble, right? I'm not saying being incredibly open-minded is like the goat of everything. I like to believe there's one has to be open enough so that when they are out of solutions and out of ways to interact with people in a net positive way, like have an overall positive experience with other human beings, then it has to be open. The mind has to be open enough to be able to develop new strategies. So, yes, you could convince yourself that every human that you interact with online is a sleazeball who only cares about themselves as the main character, which it might sound like I only harped on that topic right now, but I didn't come on stream because like coming on stream counters that, like it contradicts that. I wouldn't be streaming and sharing my language learning if I actually believe that everyone online is like pathologically normalize a behavior that antagonizes any other person other than themselves, right? I don't believe that. I actually think starting building that idea that it isn't that, and that one can love and learn to love things because there's human interaction is fantastic. Minimizing that because you're already happy, acceptable. If you're already happy, being a jerk, I guess, occasionally to someone who's already happy, that's great. I mean, that's acceptable. That's tolerance, right? However, when you're on a platform that most people are looking for something to make them like not unhappy, as in trying to become happy, then that's a recipe for disaster. Because then everyone's unhappy. So if you're unhappy and you say something that can trigger another person, it's so scary to even think about what would happen. There was a time when people have bad days and people have good days, and it's understood. Like, oh, I'm sorry, that person must have a bad day today. I'm okay with that. You know, hopefully their day goes better. I don't know what warranted such a bad response from someone who's making an earnest response, that type of thing. Maybe that'll become a social norm. So I will end it on that type of sentiment. Video games used to be like that. People were happy to play a video game, not unhappy, and they're playing the video game to be happy. Right? Because if you're solely playing a video game to be happy, then anything that interrupts that video game is unacceptable. Toxicity and short-temperedness, sarcasm, Twitch chat, like hostility, is spawned from the idea that the people who are going to these places are already unhappy. And these are their happy, safe spaces. So if you interfere or do not give what they're expecting from a free service, by the way, quote unquote free service, from a person who is sparing their free time to try to share something, and your attitude is that that person didn't behave exactly the way you wanted, then you are in an unhappy place. You are more likely and statistically likely to be in an unhappy place. You decided that anything that's below your expectations should be met with sarcasm or negativity. You're not in a happy place in which you can reach an understanding, in my opinion. A happy person would take any response and engage in it because, well, it takes a lot to get them to the upset point in which they leave, right? It would become apathetic. So hopefully that changes in the future. It's not, at the current moment, I would say there are very obvious platforms, very obvious places that collectively the individuals who are most loud or vigorously toxic are people that I don't necessarily want to chastise, but hoping in the spirit of the holidays, right? Winter Festival, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. Hopefully that in this time of day, you get less of what I had today, which is only one interaction, and more of people who are already happy and they're going online because they have some spare time while they're enjoying all their wonderful time with their friends and family. They're already brimming with happiness. They go online to spread cheer, right? I still to this day remembered what it was like when I first logged into World of Warcraft, and then it became more and more what this is now today. However, during the early days, actually even in Neverwinter closed beta, people got on to want to share things. People got on to want to talk about things, and other people wanted to listen or even argue for the sake of arguing. Like, it was actually interesting and to enter debates, because it's not that they're there to get something from it. To me, nowadays, people get on to get something from it. They need to get enjoyment. They're not looking for what is going to happen. They're looking for what is expected. They're not, not there for the experience, right? So when you buy a video game, you're expected to be satisfied. I know how that sounds, and I totally get it. If you pay $50, you bet it should be exciting, worth $50. Got it. Alternatively, for myself, I'm a very happy person. I think when I buy $50, I want to expect, or like, what are my expectations, right? I buy $50. Hopefully that $50 pays for a ride that is interesting, right? I mean, obviously trailers and all that stuff kind of makes you have a more informed decision. There was a time when informed decisions were a rarity as opposed to the norm. Nowadays, when you buy products, like, yeah, there's a lot of information. There's also a lot of misinformation. And there's a lot of bias information, not misinformation, but bias, as in subjectively biased information. So with all that information, you can come up with any form of expectation that often do not line up with the realities. And that is something that will be interesting to see how it affects interactions in the future. For me, if I see a question from someone, I'm probably going to try to tackle it with as many angles as I can, because obviously that I can't read that person's mind. So if that person doesn't give me a reciprocate generosity that I have offered, then good luck to that person. Much like everyone now, I want to leave it off with like a happy remark, right? It is, for myself, December 23rd, right? It's 10 p.m. It's almost Christmas Eve. For myself in my local time. Others are spending their Christmas Eve now, if you observe, and then, happy Hanukkah for those who do that. Or is it Kwanzaa? I apologize. I'm not very holiday oriented, but happy holidays to everyone. Hopefully everyone's having wonderful times with their family. Yeah. And kick that algo's butt, right? Go out. Throw a snowball or something. I don't know if everyone has if it's snowing or not. It's not snowing here. I don't think we have a white Christmas this year. Okay. So with that said, I'll be back. I'll be back with language learning the next day. I might take Christmas off if I have to go to a family function or something. We'll see. It's Christmas week. Happy holidays. Neverwinter is business as usual. This will be the type of stream that I'm going to have for the next 4 weeks for us to complete the campaign. I don't expect surprises. So thank you for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you. Happy holidays again. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and go grab a good Christmas pie, whatever that is, and share the good feelings. Catch you next time. Bye bye.